like to welcome one and all to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for Wayne County. We really appreciate you coming here this evening and participating in the local government. At this time, I'd like to ask that Commissioner Wesley Wainwright lead us in the invocation of prayer. Please rise.
That's great. Gracious Lord and Savior, thank you, Lord, for the time that we have just to set aside for a moment to give you thanks for a blessed day. Thank you for the scattered showers that provided us the last few days. Lord, just to recognize that you're sovereign. We ask, Lord, your blessings on the proceedings tonight. Lord, may the things that we say and do be pleasing in your sight. Again, we ask, Lord, blessings, guidance for the leaders of this country, leaders around the world, Father, for all the trouble that's going on. We recognize, Lord, that it's every opportunity for you to take over and help straighten it out. We ask, Lord, that you'll prevail over our leaders, give them wisdom in that manner, and protect our troops, and work diligently around the world to protect our freedom. I ask these things in Jesus' name.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, welcome this evening. One thing I neglected to mention at the outset of my opening comments was that if you have any desire to speak to the board towards the end of the meeting, you need to fill out a public comments card that can be obtained in the foyer area. You can bring that to myself, Mr. Musgrove, any other commissioner seated here this evening. They'll give it to me and we'll consider your comments. I'd just like to remind everyone to silence your cell phones. Commissioners, silence your vibration due to the microphone. All right, we'll jump right into our agenda this evening. Approval of minutes. We have to redo the approval of the minutes of the April 21st, 2015 regularly scheduled board meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. That motion has to be rescinded because there were no minutes within the packet for us to review. Typically, I guess I should have caught that, so that's my fault. The minutes are so well done by Ms. Pennington, and rarely are there any changes that are made. That was an oversight by myself. So, gentlemen, I need a motion to rescind the previous motion, and then we'll make another motion in a second to approve the minutes of the April 21st, 2015 meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chair. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Wainwright, seconded by Commissioner Gamble. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Gentlemen, that was a rescission of the previous motion. I just need a motion to approval unless there are any changes that you would request to be made.
Motion approved.
Motion made by Commissioner Fleming, seconded by Commissioner Sessions. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Moving into the consent area of our agenda this evening, are there any items that any commissioner wants to pull for consideration outside of these items? Hearing none, I need a motion to approve items on the consent agenda, items 2 through 8.
Chairman, I'll make the motion.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Commissioner Sessions, seconded by Commissioner Wainwright. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same. All right. Under the constitutional officer items section, there are no items listed, but if there are any constitutional officers present that would like to speak, please stand now and be recognized. Seeing none, we'll move on to proclamations and presentations. There are none listed, but if there is any commissioner that has something that they would like to offer to the board at this time under this subheading, please do so now. Hearing none, time-specific items that we have this evening are at 6:30 p.m. or soon thereafter, and the time is 6:05 at this point in time, so we'll skip down to commissioner items. There are none listed on the agenda. unless there would be a commissioner that wanted to add something under the subheading. We'll hear that now. Hearing none, we'll move on to county attorney items, none are listed. Mr. Attorney, do we have anything that you would like to discuss?
No, sir, I don't have anything else in addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Under general business, we'll jump into item number 12, says discuss with possible board action proposed revenue budget for the Dowling Park Library. We'll turn our attention now to Commissioner Ricky Green.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I placed this on the agenda tonight. Had initially intended on discussing it during the budget workshops, but there's been a peak of interest over about the past 3 board meetings in this project, so I felt it was appropriate time for us to possibly go ahead and discuss it. I placed in y'all's packet a kind of a brief description of what I think would be an appropriate budget for this. I went through it with Ms. Lawrence, some from finance, and over it with our auditor, and it seemed to pass their test, so to speak. I put some backup in it that I'm going to be referring to some. I just ask y'all to bear with me, and we'll kind of go through it line by line. I've got a little thing prepared. And if y'all have any questions on it, I would ask you let me go through the whole thing and jot them down, and we'll go back and start addressing questions and discussion after I get through the duration of it.
Excuse me, by any chance be any copies for the public?
It was in the backup material for the agenda. I know I posted it on my website, and if there's any copies floating around now.
Thank you.
The revenue streams that I see coming in for this project are going to be the grant, the funding that the sheriff turned back in to the county, which was $100,000, and pledges and donations. That's the first 3 I want to talk about. Of course, the grant is $500,000, and I've attached a copy of the grant included in the packet. The sheriff's funding is $100,000, and the pledges and donations. The pledges, the donations, the cash, I think right now total around $176,000. Since I printed off y'all's material, some of the pledges have actually came in. So the pledge number is now lower, the cash number is now higher. But I've run the numbers several times this week, and it's $176,000 would be the appropriate number for cash and pledges. That's the amount of money that we already have to put towards this project. If you'll look in your backup under B, there's a letter from the auditor that, and I'll read it to you. It says, Mr. Gamble, as we discussed, it is within the law and proper to include private pledge party contributions as a revenue source in the county budget. The only requirement is the contribution would include would be identifiable and available for appreciation within the budget year. As all other county revenues, the contribution would be budgeted at 95% or lesser. We've done this in the past with the fire department that we do it in Dowling Park. It was a $100,000 donation given pledge over 5 years. The board showed that $20,000 revenue coming in every year in the budget for 5 years. So that gives us a total of about $776,000 that is available now to budget for the project. The next thing I want to talk about in the budget would be some unanticipated revenues that came into the library budget this current year. So it would be 2014-2015 budget year. Ms. Lawrence typically budgets around $450,000 of state aid coming in each year. This year she had $628,000, I believe $270 coming in. I printed a green bar off today. Those funds are available. The amount printed on your green bar didn't show the full amount, but since the time I printed that one and this one, that check has come in, so the complete amount has come in. I believe it's in your backup under D. There's a letter from the state saying how much we were approved, and the amount. Now, I do recognize that by using, or asking Ms. Lawrence to use some of the state aid, the way you would go about that is the board currently puts, I think it's around $970,000 worth of general fund revenues into the library. Now, about $600,000 of that is what we call the pass-through dollars. So it's around between $380,000 and $400,000, I believe, that are actual general fund dollars that go into the library each year. And that's in her operating line. If the board was to allow Ms. Lawrence to move this additional revenue out of the state aid and into her operational line, she could then remove $178,000 of the general fund dollars and place it into the construction line. Now, what that would do is 2 years out, it would show a reduction in her state aid. And that reduction would be for that 1 year, as long as the funding was restored in the following year, would be about a 14% reduction based on this year's numbers. I went through with Ms. Lawrence and she looked over it. That was a number that she felt, you know, with the where state aid has been coming in, that she would be able to operate her budget without any complications with that reduction. So what this would do would bring the total budget, the construction budget, not including anything as far as furnishings that's funded in her contingency already. We're talking strictly the construction budget, would bring you to a total of around $954,000. That's $954,000 that's in this year's current budget. Not looking at the funds in next year's budget. It's money that we have available now. So I want to switch gears now, and that's your numbers. That's your budget. You have the $500,000 from the grant, $100,000 from the share, $176,000 from pledges, donations, and $178,000 from the unanticipated revenues from the state, bringing it to $954,000. Now, over the course of last week, I spoke with the engineer a time or two, and got some of the cost predictions on what he anticipated the cost would be. Now, these are projections. These are not concrete numbers that you say that's what it's going to cost. We still will not know the actual dollar amount for construction until the bids come in. That said, sat down with him a while back and asked him to design us a base plan, a simple plan building that is just standard building that meets the basic needs of the library, and to include the site work. The anticipated cost on that was $650,000. Now that $650,000 does not include or cover any of the library needs not yet incorporated into the plan. The engineer was given a task order about 20 working days ago, and to date, him and the library director haven't been able to get together and make sure that the base plans and certain state requirements or library needs that she has are within those plans. So just keep that in mind. So simple plan, simple building, meets our needs, $650,000. Now there were some exterior alternates that we asked him to figure into the plans, some enhancements to the building. The price that he come up with for these enhancements was $175,000. Now these are just projections. They could be lower, they could be higher. The alternates would include clear store, modified roof, extended eaves, corbels. Then you go to your interior alternates. Some of the ideas we floated around was a glass reading room or activity room. The price coming in around $50,000. Now on that room there, I'd have to question that figure. I took a visit with our main donor, looked at the library that he constructed, and we looked at one of these glass reading rooms, and the one they have there was constructed for around $20,000. So that's
Excuse me, is that inclusive of the 175?
that was separate.
Separate, okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
I had it broke down interior and exterior. That was the only one we had for the interior. So now I kind of wanted to go through and show you the cost for the engineers predicting and where our revenues are coming and how we planned on paying for everything. The base plan, which is the simple building construction, cost $650,000 plus whatever possible needs that the library may have that's not figured in it. Now this revenue stream, you got the grant, the sheriff's funding, and the additional funds from the library which equal $778,000 to cover those costs. That would also leave you a difference of $128,000 in the budget to budget for higher predicted bids, additional library needs, and so if we bid it at, if we're basing it at $105 square foot, we probably need to bid it at, or budget it at $120 square foot. You just don't know where your bids are coming. These are additional funds, or if there are any additional funds not needed for the completion of the project, just like any other year, that those unanticipated revenues would stay in the library's budget and they would roll over with our contingency the following year. The exterior alternates cost projection was $175,000. That included the clear storage, the modified roof, the extended eaves, the corbels. These alternates were going to be paid for through the private party donation and pledges. And that's exactly what these funds were raised for. These funds were raised to bring the building into the same type of structure that we built in Brantford, or that we built in Lee. Had a conversation, or had a letter from the engineer that did the design of Lee, and had to do a cost comparison on what it would cost to build that library in Dallas Parton. His numbers were around $850,000. So you take in that $850 and what this is going to cost, and it's very comparable. But I'm getting off on track there. We'll get back to this. The revenue. Well, I'm lost. Well, the revenues for the private, for the exterior, like I said, was going to come from the private party pledges and the cash. And that's about an equal number right there. We got $175,000 from the of the cost, and we got about $176,000 either in pledges or in cash raised at this point. The interior alternate, which is the glass reading room, that has an anticipated cost of $50,000. This was put in there from a meeting we had with our main donor. Our main donor had several different things in the library that we looked at in Kentucky, and he indicated to us that if we've seen something there that we would like to possibly incorporate into our design. He knew that it would be above the cost of what we were going to be able to spend on the library. He said that if he agreed with the cost, that he would increase his gift and pay for it. If he doesn't agree with the cost, then that portion of the plans would just be deleted. It would not be included in the project. So the total cost for, based on the engineer's numbers that I got over the past week, including the glass reading room, is about $875,000. So it comes in right in line with what the engineers that did the Lee Library said that the building would cost, about $850,000. You have a total project budget of $954,000. That gives you enough wiggle room to, like I said, incorporate any needs that Ms. Lawrence may have. It's not yet incorporated into the engineer's plans. Also gives you some leeway if bids are higher than expected, and if bids are not higher than expected, if you go the other way, it just gives you more money to return to the budget when the project's over. Thank y'all for bearing with me through that. I know it was kind of painful, but if y'all want to enter into the conversation now, have any questions, look forward to it.
Thank you, Commissioner Gamble. Are there any questions of Mr. Gamble or Ms. Lawrence? who's here? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Fleming?
I would like Ms. Blunt to come to the podium if she would, please. Just, I would like Ms. Blunt to explain or give me something compatible to the $178,000 for that general library fund. I know that no money came in, I just want you to explain it.
Okay. As Commissioner Gamble said, we received $178,000 more in state aid this year than what we anticipated. And so, in thinking about the Darling Park Library and the budgeting and funding with regards to where we might find funds to come to a place where we can adequately build the library, we look to add those funds, realizing that $178,000 cannot be spent on construction because it's in our regular state aid grant fund. However, it can be spent for operations. And so the suggestion is that if the board will, to allow him to transfer 178 of the local operating funding to the construction line, and then allow that 178 to make up the difference.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I've got just a couple of comments.
Commissioner Wainwright?
Kind of going back to the last meeting, we have agreeably the $500,000 grant, the $100,000 for Pine and Fork. Based on what Commissioner Gamble is saying now, that we have site plans, tentative site plans right now, inclusive of site work, that would total $650,000, and meeting basic library needs. Is that correct? Is that what?
Yeah, I've got a email here from the engineer.
Okay.
Discussing that.
All right, I'm not having a lot of heartburn with that. The only problem that I have is, and we can go ahead and dispense with the next agenda item as well in this conversation. You know, based on what we've seen, the last library that was built was the White Springs Library, and exclusive of site prep, you know, it was basically $100 a square foot. So we're close enough that, I mean, I can get over, you know, I figured the site work was gonna cost $100,000, and that's what I was using Fine and Fork's money for. And the $500,000 grant would build the 5,000 square foot library. So we're only off a little, about $50,000 here. So I mean, I can get over that. Where we have a problem, I think, is, or rephrase it this way, this is where I have a concern. If we're gonna tap into those unanticipated revenue, all right, let me back up, and I'm good with the private donations going to the enhancements. That's what I have been advocating, is that the enhancements above and beyond the $100 a square foot would be absorbed by the private donations. So that's fine. The glass room kind of throws that out of whack. But going back to unanticipated revenue, again, Commissioners, this is, all of this revenue stream, every bit of it is not guaranteed. The unanticipated portion, the increase that we're going to get this year, just like any contingency dollars that we have, anything that we forward is less of a demand on us to meet our budget. So I have a problem with just reaching out and absorbing or trying to take up additional revenues. Number one, for money that we're not even guaranteed to start with. Obviously, this has already been approved. Legislature moved this through, and this is coming.
That's here.
Right, it's coming. So okay, it's already here. My concern is Mr. Gamble, you stated that we'll absorb or we'll feel the effect of those decreased pass-through dollars 2 years from now. We'll get us just a short or just a minor deduction in the state aid, and that's absorbable. What I'd rather see is, and again, it's all the monies that are all these library monies, again, that are in contingencies are monies that will roll forward and help us in the future. Right now, we've got, in two different particular line items, we've got over $600,000 in library contingency monies. Now, part of that, almost half of it, is some tech monies that Ms. Lawrence has set aside. We've used a very small percentage of that, and what's left there, I don't know what your plans are, but I'm sure it was set aside for a reason. I still want these additional fundings, the glass room, the interior and exterior enhancements. I would rather that come from private altogether.
That will. That's what I was advocating.
Well, okay, that's fine. You said that, but there was no guarantee that the 50 was going to be in.
That's what I said, if he doesn't approve of that cost of that classroom,
Right.
that is above and beyond.
Okay.
We won't even be added into it.
Right. Again, going back to, we've got these contingencies in any department, not just the library. I'm gonna, Sheriff, I told you I wasn't gonna talk about you the other day, but since you're sitting there intently listening, grateful that, again, as I stated, when the sheriff came before us and was gonna bring back 380 something through $82,000 or $83,000 to the board, that's because they do a great job with their budget. Last year and this year, it's $500,000 that the sheriff has brought back to us via fine and forfeiture. Not getting into his budget, but again, that's an offer. Any dollars that are pulled out of contingency line are dollars that are not going forward to the next year, that either we won't spend it all or we're going to seek to replace it. And so my caution is that as we move forward and we look at tapping into these contingency dollars, and especially unanticipated revenue, that's a little shell game, and that's, I'm okay with the little shell game, moving things around. It's done every day. But there can become a problem down the road, and that's where I still think that to a smaller degree now than from the last meeting, I think we're overbuilding the library. But I'm grateful, I'm excited that Mr. Gamble brought forward this time that those additional enhancements, both interior and exterior, are going to be covered by the private dollars and not us, and not reaching to us to pull those up. But still go back to that unanticipated revenue. We're throwing that into the mix, and that changes the whole balance. And I don't feel comfortable with that. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Wainwright.
One more comment. It's
Commissioner Wainwright.
let me ask this: why do we need to we kind of established that we were going to wait till the budget time to kind of go through these numbers and kind of we'll have a finality to our year and all the contingencies that everybody might bring forward, and that we were going to wait till then to go through this. Why is there, Commissioner Gamble, now that you know that I don't have all this heartburn over this, can we just move this on to the budget time and we can look at this?
So the main reason I brought this forward, I had no intention of it until I became aware that one of the engineer here tonight to speak to curtailing costs. So I wanted the board to see where the funding was gonna come from if we were gonna look at cutting costs.
If I may, for the public's sake, my request in asking the engineer to be here, was that we've, by virtue of sunshine law, we can't all just kind of congregate and figure out what we want to do. And the board hadn't authorized you to be the designee on how the library is being built. So we've been excluded from any discussions about the construction of the library. And this was the opportunity that I felt the engineer could bring that forward and we could understand what's going on with it, and have a say or some input as to what was going on.
Now, that said, you're right, I'm not the spokesman for the board, but the board did designate Betty Lawrence as project manager of this project, and she has been the one in conversation when I was there with the engineer. Maybe my fault for taking too much of the reins of this, but I've snatched it from Ms. Lawrence and kind of run with it on presenting it to the board, but it hasn't been neat when we sat down and talked about this. I was present, but it was your project manager that was.
I understand your zeal, but nevertheless, we've been absent of information, and that's all I was trying to gather. I would prefer that we, as we stated before, wait till we get to the budget workshop to just kind of dive into this a little bit more and digest everything.
So everything here is just a budget. There's no dollars spent. You won't know what you're finally gonna spend until bids come in, and that will be, probably during our budget hearings. But the reason I would ask the board tonight to give Ms. Lawrence, the okay to move those monies around within her budget is, that's dollars that she's operating on this year. If we wait till budget time to give her the commission, those dollars will be mostly used up in this year. If we allow her to operate off of it now, she can go ahead and set that construction money aside for the budget. We go into the budget time, when we sit down in our budget workshops, we sit down with the money in hand, ready to look at the bids that come in and find out how we're gonna build and how we're gonna pay for the library, rather than looking at the plans and looking at the next year's budget on where the money's coming from. So I don't have a problem waiting until budget time and the bids come in for us saying we're doing this, and this. But if we go ahead and have a little foresight and set the money aside now, when we get to budget workshops, it's there, and we just got the decisions to make on how we're gonna build a building. And so I don't know if you need that by a vote, or if a consensus of the board is fine to allow Ms. Lawrence to move that money. It's just basically moving in a couple of lines. I wouldn't think it'd take a board vote, but I would like the board to just at least give her a consensus if that's all it takes to move those monies.
I think that, we're nowhere near construction, but I think that there's still ample time to achieve that, even after we go through the budget workshop. I mean, this grant it's supposed to be completed in July of 2018. We're not gonna start construction before September or October, surely. So I'd rather just leave everything like it is until we get to the budget workshop. And then we'll just address everything then.
Really and truly, there's no harm in her moving the money in her budget. It takes away the conversation of where the money's coming from, but it's there at that point. It puts us in a completely different position. Instead of looking for the money, we have it.
Well, honestly, I'd like some time to look at the plans. I mean, like I said, I've still got it's a whole lot closer, but I mean, there's still a little bit of, it's still a little high, I think. I'd like to understand it better before. That's just me.
You say it's high, but I mean, that's his estimate on what he thinks it was gonna cost. The bids may come in right where you say
I
they will.
understand that.
They may come in $10 more square foot than what he said.
I understand that, too. So for that reason. I
But
don't
for that
think-
reason, but what I'm saying is, it shouldn't matter where they come in. The thing is, you're budgeted for it. We, just like we do every year, we budget for a year out. It doesn't hurt us to go ahead and set us a budget tonight and say, these are the monies we're gonna use, this is the funding that we're gonna use. If the plans come in where we want them, we'll move forward with it at that point, the money's there. Plans come in way over bid, and it's just ridiculous, and you know, we say, okay, well, we got to take a step back. If they come in under bid, it's not gonna really affect you either way, the money's there. You're not spending it until you say, sign that dotted line on that contract with that construction person. So I mean, it's really no harm, no foul to go ahead and move those funds.
I'd rather wait, so I'm ready to move on, Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Mr. Pravat?
I have a question for Ms. Lawrence. Ms. Lawrence, as part of the complicated, reimbursement program that we get from the state, whenever you are budgeted monies at the beginning of the year, you have to submit those budgeted monies from the county commission as part of the formula that goes to the state. And the state uses that money then to calculate what that reimbursement would be, that comes back to us, including this additional revenue. Is that correct?
The local funding, yes, you're correct, plus the legislative.
Okay, and it's all based on the monies that we get is based on what is, as the local budget going forward. So my question really is, if we go ahead and make this move right now, does that affect what taking it out of what the local funding would be and replacing it with these other funds? We would not have those local funds that were submitted to the legislature and upon which these monies were based. So is there a potential that they would seek back those funds because the formulas changed on what we submitted?
They wouldn't seek that. No, they wouldn't seek that. Basically, what it means is that your local funding for the farmer went down, as Commissioner Gamble said, about 14%. And what that would mean is that it would go down, given that the local funding remained the same and the legislative amount and the formula stays the same. Basically what that would mean is that there would be, for instance, this time I have 628. I budgeted for 50, and we conservatively do that for a reason. So even though it will reduce in 2 years out, my hope, and I know what you're going to say, my hope is that it will not take us, we won't go below the 450 conservative amount that
Can I add something real quick while you're on your question? I spoke with Mr. Powell today, our auditor, and what he was telling me that the formula is based on the end of the year dollars. And the reason why you get your funding 2 years out is they take your end of the year number, then over the next year, they audit those numbers, and then you get your funding 2 years out. So the unanticipated revenues that we got this year are actually from our 2012
That's the point I was trying to.
budget year.
that was the next
So
one.
it wasn't based on the dollars that we put in at the beginning of this year.
and they take a look at the audit from the county, and also, I have to give a report every year, so they compare my report with your audit and with their audit. It's just that I don't have to go through the formal, in-depth process every year. I did it a year or so ago.
So, I guess
Yeah.
to answer your question, then, to reduce it this year wouldn't make us owe that money back. And that's based on like 2012, 2013 budget year.
I have one more question to Ms. Lawrence. You're saying reduction. The reduction, would it be that the state aid money that you get per year? You say 2 years of reduction, How would that affect library?
About 14%, given what we received this year, which what I've said and what I've looked at was that a 1 year. Because you're right, we do have a contingency. A part of that contingency, from what I can see in the records and research, and I did give a call to my predecessor. The contingency has been rolling over because this application also has been going forward. So realizing that we can spend state funds for things like our opening day collection, equipment, and different things like that. That's one of the reasons why my understanding is that the contingency has been the way it is. That was just one thing that I was told when I came in, the building, the automation, and the transportation.
Is that something you can live with?
It is, I can. It's your decision, but I can.
Other question. How much is it right now?
The contingency,
The budgeted amount that you go down by 14%, what's the total right now?
the total right now is about, well, we received 620, we go down about 14%, so you're doing the math, right?
It's about 48 cents on the dollar. So if you reduce it by 178,000, you're looking at half of that almost.
So it'd be about $87,000, yeah.
$87,000 less than what we have this year, which would basically still be more than the conservative budget.
And by the board just doing it that 1 year, and restoring that funding back in next year, even along the lines of, I don't know when the last time we took a look at the way our pass-through dollars are calculated. There may be an increase in those dollars that needs to be added. But any increase to the pass-through and and the money's being restored back into her budget the following year, like I said, that after that 1 year, it brings it right back in the line where it's been.
Again, those are monies that are not guaranteed. They're likely, but they're not guaranteed.
Any further discussion?
I don't know if I guess you could ask the attorney from Ms. Lawrence to be able to move it. Do you just need a consensus of the board, or do you need a vote? Do you need a vote on the motion?
I mean, it's her budget. She can isolate funds if she wants. They're in her budget. I don't see any reason.
I would refer to the clerk on that to see how they have it categorized, because I'm just not familiar with that.
I was gonna say, Mr. Chairman, you're talking about, you're gonna have to remove a huge amount of dollars from one line item to another. I don't think this, I prefer that the board make a decision.
Well, I've listened to the discussion. $178,000 in additional funding coming to Swanee County from the state into the library is a considerable amount of money. I don't, historically and traditionally, what have we done with increased funds like this when they come in large amounts? Do we put it into?
That's how that contingency was built, Mr. Chairman.
Well, over the years, so at least over the past 7 years, it's been rolled for in anticipation for this project.
No, I understand
It
that.
goes
I'm saying,
in
but I don't think that 600, if we were getting 178,000 every year since 2007.
I'll be honest with you, this is a higher than normal year. I think last year it was around, I don't remember what she budgeted last year.
It was less last year because there was a $22 million pot. This year, it was a $27 million pot.
So-
Where our counties come off the top and get compensated with first.
So did it have to do with spending in 2012, or did it have to do with increased spending with the state? That we got additional?
It's based off of the dollars that we put in, and then it's based off of the formula that the legislature appropriates that year. Last year, I believe, this is going off memory, so if I'm telling you the wrong number, it's not a lot, so I just ain't recalling the right one. I believe it was around 480 or 490,000. They came in last year. I can't remember what she budgeted, but even if she budgeted 450, it was, $40,000 of unanticipated revenues. Each year, the best that I can remember, there's been additional funds coming in. That's how we've gotten to where we are. This year, it just happened to be more.
By virtue of the legislature.
By virtue of the legislature, or answer prayers, whichever way you look at it.
Well, I guess when we receive additional funds, and you represent the local taxpayer, and depending on how you look at it, you say, well, we're in this project, building a library, so we use the funds for that, or do we use it for what it was intended for, which was operation of the library? I think that's the question. And it is a significant amount of money. And I think that the best of my knowledge, in running some numbers here, $875,000 for the total cost of the library, including the exterior into alternatives. Is that correct? $500,000 in state aid, brings us to $375,000. Pledges $176,000, brings us to $199,000. Funding, additional funding would be $178,000, it leaves a balance of $21,000 to get us to the $875,000 projected.
And that, of course, counts that the last reading or anything. I probably shouldn't even figure that into the budget, because it will either be funded through a private source or it won't be here. The way I see it, and I believe that's been most of our conversation on it. So, and I may be making some people cringe out there, painting myself into a corner on that one, but I mean, I'm just going off of conversations that I had with her daughter on that one. If it's a cost that he's not willing to make, if additional outside funds are raised to pay for it, then it may be incorporated into it. But I don't see that being a deal breaker on whether or not to build a library or not. That's just an enhancement that we'd like to see if a private party fled and pay for it.
Well, again, we're reallocating funds, and it's obviously, this action has a reaction a couple of years from now, in hopes that the state aid stays the same. Then it seems like we as board, the county, would be able to cover the shortfall at that point in time, if that's what the forms are saying. Your contingency fund would build over the next couple of years until that time in anticipation of those budget shortfalls. Is that correct? Because what I'm saying is, if $178,000 is additional funding, is for contingencies above and beyond what we're thinking of, what we need, we're going to reallocate it for construction of the library, and then 2 years down the road, it reduces your budget by, I've heard numbers, maybe some $1,000. Then if the funding doesn't come through as it has historically, then that burden is pushed down the road. But, the monies have come from the state, so it's conceivable that those would be covered at that point.
Well, one of the reasons why I look toward this funding is it's been stated in several board meetings several times that if the money comes from the library's money, they have a problem with it. This is a library project. This is obviously a project that's very important to the library. I understand some of the hesitation on the board to burden general funds in next year's budget with it. And so it's a project that we're able to do with the library funding. And the library director has said that it's okay with her budget, that, with her reserves and with funding as historically been, that she can move forward with it, that she can live with it. Yeah, it's a library, we're building it out of the library dollars. I would ask the board to move forward with it. I understand your concern, but I believe this is the best place to do it, and I would like to see the board do it tonight. Now, just, I don't know, I just go ahead and offer up a motion that the board allows Ms. Lawrence to move funding around her budget as she sees fit to cover the construction of the Allen Park Library with the additional state aid coming from the state, unanticipated revenues,
And the amount is
$178,000.
motion on the floor by Commissioner Gamble. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sessions. Is there any further discussion?
Just a couple comments, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wainwright.
Just to put into context, the comments about it, the library's money, let them do what they want, that was pretty well centered around raises at the time. Had nothing to do with building buildings or anything like that.
No, this was about 3/4 of the church.
Another comment just to keep in mind or bear in mind that pledges aren't guaranteed either now. If somebody falls on a hardship, we're not certainly going to take them to court and make them live up to their promise. So we're going to have to make up for any pledges that fall short as well. So just keep that in mind.
I'd like to make one more comment as we're discussing. I've been writing all this stuff down as we've been going along here. Here's the numbers as I see them. $500,000 state grant. You get $100,000 from the sheriff. You got, like you said, you got pledges of $176,000. That brings you to $776,000. You add the $178 to it. If we let Ms. Lawrence move that to her budget, that's $954,000. The basic cost of the building was $650,000, which leaves you $304,000. The exterior is $175,000, which brings you down to $129,000. If you do the $50,000 glass room, which you said it could be cheaper, but it could be more, that brings you down to $79,000. If we have a shortfall 2 years from now and this money's still rolling around at $87,000, we only have a shortfall of $8,000. So it looks like it's a wash to me based on the donations. That's the big deal. If we let her move her funds right now, then if the donations come in like they're supposed to, it's a wash. That's what I
And
said.
that's why I said, if this comes in at where we anticipate it to, where the engineer's projections are, and we're budgeted at, where I've asked us to budget at, those additional dollars that come out of her state aid would go back into her contingency and roll over to make up for our operating. That's basically what I said earlier, and that's what Mr. Sessions just reiterated.
One thing, just to add one other thing, we have a little bit of budget shortfall, I guess, like I said, of $8,000, but we still have the ongoing operation cost, whatever that turns out to be.
Yeah, but that's the conversation, I understand your concern on it,
I'm
but
just saying there's $8,000 to add on top of the ongoing operational cost, whatever those might be, whenever it's built. All right, there's a motion and a second as the record reflects. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
All right, let's go back up to time-specific items. We're going to, I'll read the item at 6:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter can be heard. Presentation of the Florida Department of Transportation's county work programs and priorities. We're going to turn our attention now to one of our favorite people of DOT, Jordan Green, Public Transportation Manager, Bill Henderson, District Planning and Environmental Management. Mr. Green, you have the floor. Thank you.
All right, good evening. Well, Mr. Harris Chris is passing those around, I'll go through introductions for the record. I am Jordan Green with the Department of Transportation out of our Lake City office, in our Planning and Environmental Management section. And Mr. Henderson couldn't be with me tonight, he's out of town, so he's entrusted me to come over and talk with you about the state of affairs for the DOT in Suwannee County. So this is usually the time of year where we invite ourselves to come to the commission meetings to talk about our scheduled 5-year work program. As a reminder, our fiscal year starts July 1st and runs through June 30th. So we're presenting our fiscal year 2016, which starts this July 1st to 15 through 2020. And so that's what's being circulated now. There should be some extra copies up here. I'm sorry, I only brought 25 or so. But nevertheless, we want to present to you what is scheduled to be adopted by the legislature come July 1st. As you recall, this time last year was here, we were talking about priority projects and getting the local requests in from Suwannee County, and we talked about our small county programs and those types of things. Then we go to work over the summer to begin to build our work program. In the fall, we present that back. So we came back in November to talk about what was in our tentative plan. And this is the result of that collaboration and coordination and consultation with the counties and metropolitan planning organizations in our district. So again, tonight I won't take the time to go through every project on the list. There are some that I will highlight, and certainly any project that you have interest in, we will try to answer any questions or take any comments that you may have on it. And perhaps most importantly, if there's a project that you thought was going to be here that's not, then certainly bring that up as well. I know the first section there under the interstates, we have 3 lighting projects there that we've been discussing for some time. Thanks to the hard work by the 2 counties that I know of that drove this the hardest were Suwannee County and Madison County, to try to get some of these rural interchanges lit for safety. As such, that work has translated into the Department of Transportation is lighting all of the rural interchanges on interstates around the state. And so the interchanges at 129, US 90, and 137 with I-10 are scheduled over the next 5 years. The first one there being at I-10 and 129 is scheduled in fiscal year 2017, and then the one at US 90 is scheduled in 2019, as well as the one at 137 in 2019. And then kind of running along with that, in the middle of the next section, there's another lighting project on 129 from Live Oak out to I-10 to light that. And so those 2 projects are working together there, and that lighting is programmed also in 2017. Some of the other program or projects there in that state highway section, that's DOT taking care of DOT infrastructure. So you'll see resurfacing projects in there, railroad crossing upgrades, traffic signal updates, those types of projects are in there. So a pretty good amount of work coming on the state highway system in Suwannee County over the next 5 years. But then the next 2 sections are possibly of more interest to you all as what are we doing on the local roads and off the state highway system. Again, I think I say this every time I come, but we mean it. These are some of our favorite programs, if not our favorite programs to work with. They're hands down some of the most efficient programs that we have. That's where you will find your small county road assistance program, the SCRAP. Still working on trying to find a little more positive acronym for that, but nevertheless, when the money comes, I imagine it doesn't matter what we call it. But also the small county outreach program, or SCOP, is in there, and a limited pot of money that Suwannee County has been successful getting some county incentive grant program funding, or SIGP, and then also we're working to try to get some transportation regional incentive program or TRIP funding over here. So We can go into the details of those later if you would like. But nevertheless, quite a bit of work coming up there. I guess it's Dowling Park night, because I will draw your attention to one of the projects there that you may see, the County Road 250 Swanee River Bridge replacement that is programmed out in 2018 at the cost of $12.7 million. That is a project that we're working on, not only with Swanee County, but certainly with Dowling Park, and to try to ensure constructability and schedule and those types of things, and trying to minimize impacts to wetlands and other things that are going on there. So we are currently in the midst of our preliminary engineering phase. You don't see that programmed. The first phase we show is for right-of-way beginning next fiscal year. And then that's usually a 2 to 3 year process. And then our construction funding falls in 2018. So then below that are, again, some of the scrap project and the Scott project, dropping down into the all-state highway system, all-federal system. You see some more resurfacing. The new road construction, that's actually paving and dirt road. DOT does not have a work mix for pave a dirt road. So we kind of get it as close as we can so that you know it's not resurfacing an existing road. And then also another program that we like to talk about, again, we have far greater requests for our Transportation Alternatives Program funding, which does our bike paths and trails and sidewalks and those types of things. We have the Live Oak Rail Trail from US 90 down to the southern city limit, designed scheduled to start in 2016 with construction out in 2018 to add some of those enhancements. So quite a bit of work coming in Swanee County. The last couple of things, and then when you flip the page up, also continuing on are some of our freight logistics and passenger operations programs. That used to be, those of you that remember the old public transportation programs, that's what that office is now called. And so there's some of your aviation funding and some of your transit funding over the next 5 years. So quite a bit of work coming up that we'll be doing ourselves, and certainly partnering with Swanee County to deliver some of those projects. So any questions or comments for me on anything that you see there or don't see?
I've got one. Commissioner Young, on the bridge, on the right-of-way purchase, are we going south of the bridge or north of the bridge, or do you know?
That's what we're working on right now, is trying to identify that alternative. We're evaluating both. We'll be coming back.
I've been asked that question several times.
I don't think we've got an official decision yet on which alternate routes we're going to go with to try to minimize the impacts. But we will, I anticipate us coming back with a final public meeting to let you know that. So. But I don't have that decision.
Commissioner Wainwright?
I just want to, just a hats off to Jordan Green and his staff. You guys are just phenomenal, and we just can't thank you enough. I just want people to realize every dollar all these millions of dollars that go into these roads are dollars that we don't have to come out here and try to tax folks for, try to fix. And this enhances public safety, economic development, everything. It's all encompassing. Having said that, I got one little thing.
That's what I'm here for.
I mentioned it before, and I keep forgetting to get with Pilgrim Pride about they're up to about 1,600 employees. They're going to be at about a 12 or 13 year high on their production cap. They're going to be at about 1.3 million birds a week in about another month or two months or so. I've been out there a number of times, and a turn lane would just be, I think, would be wonderful. It may not be necessary. That's you mentioned before, that'd be something that you do a traffic study on or something like that. But again, just I appreciate your consideration, and thanks again for all of this. We appreciate it greatly.
Yeah, I've got the turn lane. It's kind of been our discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Just very briefly, how that works is I'll get with our traffic operations office, and they will go do a study to see if it's warranted or not. I don't remember all of the warrants to justify a turn lane, there's some for turn lanes, some for signals, and so they will look at that and then render a decision, so.
Well, I'm grateful. Thanks again.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have one thing for Mr. Green. I appreciate what you're doing. I'm aggravating you too, but I spoke to Mr. Harris about some type of, maybe there can be a traffic study in the event of a train were to derail back across the north and south corridor. Maybe some type of study can be done in the city of Live Oak that we won't be in a situation that we can't get out.
So like a railroad overpass, I think that happens in this.
The problem, Jordan, I know you've seen it before, the problem is emergency services can't get back north to that track when the train stopped across there. And Commissioner Fleming did talk to me about a possible overpass. I know it'd be difficult unless we go back maybe to the far to the east or the west to get us down to town. But it'd be nice to get that out for radar as well. We like that back Christmas thing.
Just for the record, he didn't say which Christmas.
Thank you.
Mr. Green, we're certainly in Swanee County very thankful to DOT, and I don't want you to ever think we would ever have anything critical to say about DOT with regard to the burden that you have lifted off the local taxpayer. So just pass on to whoever is responsible for that, the DOT organization, just please pass our love and greetings on. If they want us to send flowers, we'll do that.
And Mr. Chairman, I do have one other thing to take about a minute or so to talk about. There's another flyer that is going around talking about our Florida Transportation Plan and our Strategic Intermodal System Plan. Every 5 years we update these plans, and for those of you who think that it's just another plan sitting on the shelf, well, what the Florida Transportation Plan is, that's our policy guidelines essentially for the state of Florida DOT as to where we're going to spend our money, what the focus is. And so it's a very important plan for us. We update this every 5 years, but it's our long range plan looking out 20, 30 years, something like that. I've said this to all of our rural partners. We recognize that you all have a 2030 plan too. And it's probably, what are you going to do in the next 20 to 30 days? We're looking out 20 to 30 years. We're very unique that the DOT can tell you with great confidence what we're going to do over the next 5 years. But we're trying to shape that policy, and things are changing so fast with technology is a big part of this. Safety is a big part of it. Rural infrastructure that you need to enhance economic development and those types of things. Those are the things that we need to hear. And so we're in the process of updating that. In the meantime, there's a link down here. Again, don't want to hide behind the internet. Certainly you can call me, you can send me an email, write me a letter, what have you, with some input. But there is a link there at FloridaTransportationPlan.com where you can learn more about it. We are currently in review, the last review of another flyer and announcement to come out. We're going to have a workshop or a summit in Lake City on Monday, June 22nd from 1:30 to 4:30 there at our district office, much like our work program workshop that we do. To receive input, we'll have the whole team there, and we'll be kind of facilitating discussion to see some of the issues that are coming up and some of the other things. And we definitely want the rural voice to be heard. We recognize your needs are very different than the needs of Orlando or Miami or Jacksonville, where you've got a lot more people and you got the more of the modes of traffic to deal with, and the ports and the rail terminals. We have needs too over here, so we want to make sure those are heard. But as we get closer, I'll get that emailed out. But the date has been set again for June 22nd at 1:30.
Thank you, Mr. Green, very much for your time. Is there any further questions, comments? Mr. Green? Thank you very much. All right, I know things are getting a little lengthy here, but let's try to get through these next two items pretty quick. Item number 10, if you're following along on your agenda, at 6:30 p.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter can be heard, consider adoption of resolution approving special permit number SP-15-05-01, Carlos Hayes and Margarita Miranda to be granted a special permit under section 14.6 of the Suwannee County Land Development Regulations for intensive agriculture to construct 8 poultry houses on property zoned agricultural 1 or A1 in the code. At this time, I'd like to open public hearing on this special permit. I guess at this time we would need any who are going to give testimony to this permit to stand and be sworn.
If anybody in the audience anticipates that you may testify with regard to this matter, would you all please stand? All right, and Mr. Meeks, you swear or affirm the testimony you give in the proceeding this evening will be the true self you got? Thank you very much.
Turn our attention now to Ronald Meeks, Planning and Zoning Director.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the application the board has for consideration under this item is a special permit request number SP-15-05-01. It's a special permit request under section 14.6 of the Land Development Regulations for intensive ag. The request has been made to construct 8 additional poultry houses on this piece of property. The poultry houses would be a 43 by 510 in construction size. Currently, the property is being operated as an existing intensive agricultural poultry farm owned by Mr. Hayes and Ms. Miranda. The applicant has already been before the zoning board of adjustment to receive a variance approval from the side and north boundary line setbacks. The existing poultry houses that exist on the property, the newly constructed poultry houses will not encroach any farther to the east boundary line than what already exists, but to the north and to the west, they did receive a variance for the required setbacks, which was 300 feet. The access for the property will be off of 140th Street, which is a county grade road. It's located in section 26, township 3 south, and range 12 east. It's just a little south of Allison Road. If you're looking to situate it anywhere in the county. If you have any questions of me regarding the application, if not, I will. Well, let me mention this. The first time the board, the property owners had approached the board, they had anticipated constructing 4 of the larger poultry houses, 700 foot. I think with discussions, and Mr. Wainwright may be aware of some of that, is that they put a little hold on those size houses and wasn't even granted if they could proceed even after the first of the year with construction. But if they went with the smaller houses, then they could go ahead with that construction. So at this time, I'll enter the file into the record and answer any questions the board may have.
I'll make a note that the file and the application are tendered as composite exhibit 1.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the board? Hearing none, what are the wishes of the board?
Motion approved, Mr. Chairman. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Wainwright, seconded by Commissioner Fleming. So any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Moving on to item number 11 at 6:30 p.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter can be heard, I got to close public hearing. Close public hearing. At 6:30 p.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter can be heard, hold second public hearing to consider adoption of application LDR 50-15-01 regarding an amendment to the text of the Land Development Regulations by adding to the Agricultural 1 and Agricultural 2 zoning districts list of special permits the storage or overnight parking of semi-tractor trailers, trucks, or other vehicles that is in excess of 1 ton capacity, which is used as a part of a commercial enterprise and located within a residential subdivision. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to offer testimony, I'll turn attention to the attorney at this time to be sworn.
Okay, again, I'll note if anybody anticipates that you're gonna, would you all please stand? be sworn? All right. Please raise your right hand.
Would you give the civil oath, please, sir?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the proceeding this evening will be the true self you got? Thank you very much. Remind you, Mr. Meeks, you're still under it.
We'll turn our attention now to Ronald Meeks, planning and zoning director.
Mr. Chairman, board members, the proposed resolution or proposed ordinance that you have before you tonight would be the second of the required two public hearings for a text amendment to the land development regulations, proposing to amend the text in the agricultural 1 and agricultural 2 zoning districts by requiring a special permit for the Ag 1 and Ag 2 zoning districts when someone is storing or overnight parking of semi-tractor trailers, trucks, or other vehicles that is in excess of 1 ton capacity and used as part of commercial or industrial enterprise when located within a residential subdivision. As we had the first reading a few weeks ago, the application first went before the Planning and Zoning Board for recommendation to the board, and at that time the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation, I'll remind the board, was not to adopt the proposed language as it was written. So at this time, answer any questions or entertain any language modification or any of that discussion we'd like to have.
Mr. Meeks, is there any alternative language that was included in this amendment?
I believe there was some proposed language that was attached. I don't know if you want me to address that. Mr. Harris would like to speak to that.
I'll read it for the record. The alternative language that's been offered is, this again, special permit, parking trucks inserted as a special permit in A1 and A2 zoning districts. It has to do with residential subdivisions which have this zone. The alternative language reads, the storage of overnight parking of a commercial truck or van with a refrigeration unit or any vehicle that weighs 10,000 pounds or greater, which is used as part of a commercial or industrial enterprise and located within a residential subdivision. This is far more restrictive than the broad language that was in the first one.
The only comment that I would have to that is where it proposes the language for residential subdivisions, maybe we reference reported subdivisions, because in the rural area of the county we don't have any residential subdivisions. They're all zoned Ag 1 or Ag 2. Having a recorded plat will actually give us something to record to refer to.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Is there any questions of Mr. Meeks by the board?
I've got a couple.
Mr. Gamble?
When you say platted subdivision or recorded subdivision, what size lots are we talking? I know we approved some not too long ago that were 5 acres. I believe we have some in the county that are 10 acres.
The majority of the properties that are located within the agricultural 1 zoning district that are part of a recorded platted subdivision since 1991 have been at least 5 acres in size. The agricultural 2 zoning district, those subdivisions, there may be a handful, but those are 2 acre parcels. There have been, through the past 10 years or so, several subdivisions that have been platted as 10 acre lots, and due to that was because of, at the time, the standard for paving roads and subdivisions did not exist for lot sizes that were 10 acres and larger. So developers at that time took advantage of that language and put in private access as easements and platted 10 acre lots. So you do have some platted subdivisions within the rural areas of the county that are 10 acres. Some of them actually exceed a couple lots, 15 acres and so.
So under this language, are those 10 acres, 15 acres lot subdivisions would be included?
Yes, as long as they're part of a recorded subdivision, then they would be subject to that.
All right, and my next question is, and I may have the terminology wrong here, but is this what they call a non-conforming use?
Well, anything that lawfully exists today would become a non-conforming use. So something that would be considered a non-conforming use would be something that lawfully exists at the adoption or amendment of the land use regulations.
Okay, so what I'm getting at though is, if we approve it tonight, anything that's going on from here back is still allowed without returning to these rules.
Anything that would, after the amendment or the adoption of this language, anything forward would be subject to this language.
All right, then that brings me to enforcement. how do we go about enforcing it? If you have some that are allowed to do it without a permit, and then others that have to get a permit. I guess what I'm saying is, if they start doing it, how do we go back and prove when they started it? I'm missing the enforcement aspect of it.
There are ways you can, I mean, if the property is unimproved, and then you're looking at, a lot of times we'll refer back to when someone obtained a permit or improvements on the property, whether it be for a residential dwelling unit or whether it be for some type of storage building or agricultural building. We can use that as a reference point. A lot of times you won't even know about these types of things unless you get a complaint from somebody. So then you're left trying to, I guess, talk to neighbors and see when somebody started driving a truck on a piece of property because they didn't know. Yeah.
Any further questions from the board? Is there anyone who would like to offer testimony at this point in time? Mrs. Howell? Please state the name and address for the record.
Carolyn Howell, my address is 7408 169 Drive. I'm kind of concerned. I mean, I don't want to kind of go down a slippery slope. I don't want, at the previous hearing, there was a gentleman here regarding Garberville Point, how he came from a bigger city and how, you know, they would regulate, they'd almost regulate you out of your home. I don't want to see Swanee County turn into that, you know. I don't know what the right thing is, but I caution you guys saying, whoever standing this and saying, yes, this is a good idea, because it may not be, you know. Just really think about it before you say.
Thank you, Mrs. Howell. Mrs. Higgins?
Sharon Higgins, 21256 49th Drive, Lake City. One thing that hasn't been mentioned that I called and talked to Ronald about, it's a $650 application fee. These guys are hardworking guys, and believe me, I don't know that I have a truck driver in my family even, but we all depend on truck drivers, and we don't need to be hassling them. I found out after I started checking a little bit, we've got 5 that live on our road. I thought we had 2. That's how considerate these guys are. There may be a few problems here or there that can be resolved in another way rather than running these people through the application fee. And if I understood correctly, 3 hearings? One special permit?
One special permit.
But it would mean time off work for them to do what they need to do to get this done. And I think in most areas of the county, it's just not a problem. It can't be resolved another way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Higgins. Mr. Ward?
Yes, Jim Ward. You need my name and number again, I forgot.
All the same.
27476 29th Place, Branford, Florida. Mr. Meeks, I'm still not real clear on this. The determining factor here is that the person bringing the truck home, or it says when located within a residential subdivision, commercial or industrial enterprise when located within the residential subdivision. Is the person, individual bringing a truck home and parking it, or is this just when there's a enterprise, commercial enterprise within the residential subdivision? I'm a little unclear.
That would be a situation where you would have an individual maybe who owns their truck or works for a specific company. If their truck met that specification, then they park it or store it on their property.
So it's the individual bringing the truck home.
Yes, it would.
It's not commercial or industrial enterprise when located within residential subdivision. It doesn't only come into play if there's because there are places, even on 1 and 2 acre places that I could show you where there's commercial enterprises, and they do have
Well, there is a
large
separate,
vehicles parked there.
There
So
is
is
a-
that the determining factor, the enterprise itself being in the residential?
no, it doesn't necessitate the operation of a business on the property. That is a separate issue.
Okay.
There is a definition for a trucking terminal where you have, parking, storage, and dispatching of these types of commercial vehicles, but the number is 3 or more. So this language would really be
Geared to the
1 to
individual.
2 vehicles that qualify under that language without the discussion.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Poole?
Ron Poole, 127 East Howard Street. I just saw this on the agenda tonight, so I'm not up to speed at all, but I just like a few moments to, Ron, this is something that you felt like we needed to address commercial vehicles in the subdivisions, where some individuals apply to this. You're just trying to.
Well, the application was made from the county side.
Okay. And just for clarification, you can get me educated a little bit. We talked about 5 to 10 acre tracts, and that's certainly, they're recorded, and you got more space now. But this would affect Carriage Place or Foxborough, right?
Carriage Place is actually in a residential zoning district, so the parking of those types of vehicles are already listed as a prohibited use. But Foxborough is in an agricultural one zoning district, so
It would affect Foxborough.
It would affect Foxborough.
But somebody that had a truck in Foxborough,
It would affect it.
but going forward, they would have to.
Going forward, yes.
It is a problem, in some of these subdivisions that are 1 acre tracts, when you have somebody, and I don't take anything away from somebody with a log truck, that's making a living, that's it, but, you know, a semi does, if you own a 1 acre tract, and you live side of it, and they get up very early, 4:30, and that truck has to run a while to build up their structure, but, neighbors are not always happy about a commercial vehicle and those types of subdivisions, so I just want to get up to speed.
There was a time, I mean, with a lot of the semi trucks and log trucks specifically, there was an abundance of them, and still are, that park within the county road right of way.
Yes.
One of the issues was to get them off of the county road right of way, and if they did own property that they could put their truck on, then that was where they needed to be.
So
There's already a separate ordinance that deals with parking
But they,
in the right of way.
but they have to come going forward to get a special permit.
If they park it on their property, yes, sir, if it qualifies under that language, you know, like I said, in a important subdivision, then they
Of course, the residents in that subdivision can come here and voice their support.
it would be a public hearing just as any other special permit.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Anyone, any further comments?
I have one other question or comment, if I may. I recall coming with the hearings you just referred to, but yeah, we just had one a minute ago, and recently we've had others in the past year or so. When, I don't recall you asking for any public hearing or any comments from the public, just as the chicken house that you did a while ago. In the past commissions, when the chicken house came up, intensive ag, I remember there being more of the public hearing with the list of criteria that you, the commissioners, had to all go through, correct? And the public, the neighbors, have a chance to speak. I didn't hear any of that tonight on the chicken house. I don't have a problem with the chicken house, don't get me wrong. It's the way you're treating the special permits. Either I'm missing something or you guys are. They used to be done differently. The one tonight wasn't done the way they were used to be done. Tonight, you just said anybody gonna call for testimony, and no one stood up to swear, but you never really called for it during the process. I heard no mention of the list of criteria, how many is it? 9, 14, whatever it is. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Could someone straighten me out there, please, on the special permit, just what input the public does have to it?
It is a public hearing, so the public can ask questions or offer testimony.
Yeah, I didn't hear anybody ask for that tonight on the special permit for the chicken house.
What you're asking for is possibly Mr. Meeks to read what the criteria they have to meet?
Or
Is that what
you
What
you're
I'm
asking?
asking for is
You want them to
you
open
guys
up.
gonna do the way Mr. Meeks used to do them?
Well, no, what you're asking for is to open up the floor to public comment.
Yes, and then for the commissioners to talk amongst themselves, to to determine if the special permit that's being asked for meets the criteria, the required criteria.
Right, and usually
And I didn't hear any of
yeah,
that.
usually there are, we're talking about something that doesn't exist. The situation with a poultry house is usually, and always has been, more or less a formality, in that the property, if it's an expansion, the use already exists. So the question is just the location of the building. But with a special permit where you don't have anything existing, then that is an issue of usage,
Okay.
because you're changing the use.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Are there any comments from the board on this item? I have a few. I think in the previous meeting, when we had the first public hearing on this, I expressed some interest in if we're going to begin to interject ourselves as a commission into the use of the property within residential subdivisions, then there are some other issues that are out there that need to be addressed. It is a slippery slope. We set a precedent that you're going to go in and you're going to say, well, you have to acquire a special permit to park that commercial vehicle in this subdivision. Well, what about the fact that within a subdivision that has 1 or 2 acre tracts, they have 5 cows and 6 goats and all this other stuff in it, and it devalues the neighbor's property, or they have 10 pigs. This tractor trailer that's sitting there with a reefer unit on it, a refrigerant unit that's running all night, is devaluing the property the same. So if we're going to begin to do this, then we need to move forward, and we need to protect the citizens and the value of their property, because that's in effect what we're doing here. Is we're saying we're not going to allow this huge semi-truck to be parked in this subdivision. I would like to see the acreage requirements reduced. 5 acres is a lot of property for agricultural use, to park your semi-trailer and so on and so forth. I don't have too much heartburn over that. But what I have heartburn over is a 1 or 2 acre tract subdivision where it's zoned agricultural 1, and we have commercial semi-truck business being run out there, or they park there, log trucks, and the guy next door comes in and moves in and makes a substantial investment in our community, building a home there, and then next thing you know, there's a rental unit next door, and there's all kinds of animals all over the place. So I think that this is probably a good start, but at the same time, I don't think it's just this issue that we have to address. I think we need to address these subdivisions wholly, and I think that we need to limit it to 1 or 2 acre tracts. I don't think it needs to be a 5 acre tract or a 10 acre tract in an A1 or an A2 use. So for that reason, I would encourage the board to not adopt this, and let's go back to the drawing board a little bit and see what we can refine. Another issue that I'll bring out is mobile homes in a homes-only subdivision. I mean, that's something else that detracts from the value or something of a person's home. So there are a lot of issues, and we've just taken a rifle effect and we're going after just one of these issues. But there are a number of issues if the county is going to get involved in these residential subdivisions that we need to address in this time. So I'm going to encourage the board not to adopt this, but I'm going to encourage the board to say, yes, let's take an interest in some of these subdivisions that don't have homeowners associations. That's my comment.
Well, let me just ask one question, if you don't mind, Chairman.
Go ahead.
Some of these subdivisions that are in question are the smaller subdivisions, 1/4 acre, 1/2 acre, even an acre. To me, it kind of seems backwards that we're calling those Ag 1. I mean, those are not agriculture areas, obviously, if we're, anybody buys a 1/2 acre lot, builds a house on it, you're not gonna go next door to, anything agriculture. Foxborough, to me, is not his own agriculture, it's not an agriculture area.
Correct.
So, I'm thinking we're aiming at the wrong thing here to say, let's go after the subdivisions in ag. Am I looking at it wrong?
Well, you can't just take, I don't think we have, maybe have a concept of the abundance of these subdivisions that have been platted forever. Okay, they exist all over this county. And to take a zoning map and just thumbnail all these little places as residential would not be a very good approach. I don't believe. The thing, I understand where you're coming from, in that though Foxborough is not an agricultural farm, but it is a subdivision that was platted prior to any zoning regulations. So those lots are grandfathered in, but they do adjoining agricultural properties. Most of the uses that somebody may deem offensive is usually taken care of within covenants and deed restrictions. And I know there are sometimes situations that those lapse, and sometimes you don't have an active owners association. But you know, when is the end? You know, I mean, you address a truck issue, but then you go into agricultural animals, which are already treated in an ag district as a property right, as an allowable use. I don't know where you would get into taking that away, of taking some property right at that point that you've already listed as an allowable use in your comprehensive plan specifically. So it's not like treating these subdivisions as if they are ag or are they not. They're just non-conforming uses that exist in that district.
I follow you on that, but where it paints us in a hard situation to deal with something like this is when you target the Ag 1 subdivisions and you're looking at targeting the half-acre lots or acre lots, you bring these 5 and 10 acre lots in, and that's a lot of land, and I just feel like I don't know the appropriate approach to do it, but I feel like I understand the need of these, or the desire of the people in these subdivisions, but I don't want to cast a net that goes too broad. That's all I was just curious.
I understand what you're saying, and I've had discussions with people who are in the know, and I understand you can't go to a map and pinpoint all these things. I understand that you have to outline an area and then give it a classification of zoning, similar to what we did with cattle. Having said that, we're trying to protect the people here, protect their quality of life, protect their ability to be able to get a good night's sleep, whatever. But we should still look to protect the value of their home, the ability to sell, and other things, instead of just quality of life. And so that's where I have my rub. And again, limiting this ordinance to maybe 2-acre tracts or something like that would be my preference. The benefit of Foxborough is they have an active homeowners association. The Carriage Place has an active homeowners association. And typically, that's the governing body of that little area, and they can address issues like that. But like you pointed out, some of these subdivisions that have been platted for a while, and people have moved into our community and made substantial investments into improving the property, improving the taxable value of the property, they have somebody move in next door who doesn't have any. Now they have a reduced value. So I can understand the hardship that they're facing. So I'm thinking about those people too. If we're going to go into these subdivisions, residential subdivisions, and we're going to start imposing these things, then let's look at it in its totality instead of just.
Well, I caution the board because when you look at protecting one man's property, you're infringing upon the rights of another man, and it becomes hard.
I didn't bring this up. I'm just saying that
I know.
that there are people out there who come to me and say, and we don't have a mechanism for this in the county, that they built their home here, and then next thing you know, there's a mobile home being moved in across the street, or another building or something like that. In a homes only subdivision, they bought because it was a homes only subdivision.
Well, I mean, if it's a home-only subdivision, that falls within their covenants, correct?
There's no active homeowners, there's nothing to enforce it.
I understand that, but we took a pretty hefty lawsuit not too long ago for some deed restrictions and covenants that was not really an active homeowner.
But I feel like that if we're doing this, then we're sticking ourselves in, we're sticking our nose in the same way.
Well, we are. I'm just saying, I mean, but if they got to association, bariatric or not, I mean, you know what we went through several months ago, I mean, they have a course of action, so to speak.
So we leave it as is, huh? I'm just saying that I just can't support it. All right, this is the time to adopt this or not. What are the wishes of the board? Right, actually, exactly. We close public hearing if there's no further comments. All right, what are the wishes of the board?
Closing public comment, not closing the public hearing.
Closing public comment.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the zoning board recommendation.
Motion made by Commissioner Gamble. Do I hear a second? Hearing none. This motion fails as a result of no second. All right. At this point in time, I guess we've been going for quite some time. Let's take a, or do you have anything?
No, that's just the result of that was not to adopt, or?
Yeah, it is, the board failed for lack of a second.
Yes.
Well, the recommendation was not to accept, right?
What was your motion?
To approve the zoning board
The
recommendation.
zoning board
not to
recommendation
accept.
was not to adopt.
So, essentially, by not adopting, we're approving
I
the
guess.
motion.
That's just the same.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mapes. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 7:51 p.m. 7:51 p.m. Options for hoteling expenses. We'll turn our attention now to Commissioner Wesley Williams.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gamble had brought some clarity tonight that we hadn't had prior. I would, unless the board wants to evaluate it, turn on the mic here. Unless the board wants to evaluate it, I'd rather wait till the plans are drawn, and then I'll take a look at them then and have an understanding for myself of what is need and what is enhancement. I'll wait till the plans are drawn, we can look at them. We'll have the opportunity to look at them before it goes out to construction bid anyway.
Okay, so no action on item 30.
No, sir.
Moving on to item number 14, appointments to the Value Adjustment Board, 2 county commissioners as regular members, 1 county commissioner as an alternate, 1 citizen as regular member, and 1 citizen as alternate. You'll be happy to know that I have decided to leave the appointees as is, and that includes everyone in its totality, unless a commissioner has some aversion to serving.
I'm sure I have a conflict on those dates, Mr. Chairman.
You have a conflict?
Whenever those dates come available, I'm sure I will.
So if you gentlemen are okay with that, then that's what we'll do.
I'm fine, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine.
Excellent. All right.
Not unless another one wants to volunteer in my stead. I'll be gladly.
Be glad to step aside.
I'll be glad to take a secondary position. I don't want to deny anybody the opportunity to expand their horizons.
Well, no, I'm gonna wait to be appointed myself.
Okay, I'm all right with that, sir.
And then Commissioner Sessions, I'm sure that he has plenty of time.
I can just get up earlier.
So we'll leave those as is. All right, moving on to item number 15, discuss with possible board action the application process for CDBG Housing Rehabilitation Grant Program. We turn our attention now to Randy Harris, County Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, in your agenda package, you have a number of items that we wanted to address regarding the CDBG Housing Rehabilitation Grant application. We had previously approved the selection of Fred Fox Enterprises as grant writer and administrator for that program. He had pointed out in conversations that this program is one that's based on scoring, and it's a competitive program. He indicated that there were additional points the county could achieve by establishing a Citizens Advisory Task Force. And those points would be added to other points as the application is filled out and submitted. So the recommendation was that the board appoint 5 members to serve on the task force. You had, actually, there were listed on here 4 recommendations, but I'm going to add a 5th one. The first was to appoint a task force of 5 members, 3 of which need to be low to moderate income, all live in unincorporated Suwannee County, and no commissioners serve on that task force, and 1 can be a county employee. The number 2 recommendation was authorize the task force to meet and recommend the project back to the county commission. Third was to advertise and hold a public hearing on June 2nd. That would be a public hearing by the board to consider the recommendation. Number 4 would be to advertise and hold a public hearing on, your packet said June 16th, but the recommendation previously was to change that date to 15th, so it would conflict with your meetings with the Association of Counties. So I'd recommend changing that to 15th on this item as well.
Okay.
5 was to, if you approve the establishment of the Citizens Advisory Task Force, that you also adopt a resolution establishing the same. And there was some language in it for that needed to add, because we clearly have a little issue here this evening, and that all of the commissioners were not prepared to submit names. I think we have 1 that has been turned in, but those citizens, following the guidance commission for that, those names can be turned in, and that task force established, and that can be addressed in the resolution. That's the county attorney.
Thank you. Well, what we need to add is to the end of the proposed resolution that we have here, that we need to add a provision that you would direct the county administrator to develop an application form to be filled out by the individuals in compliance with our regular program that we have for the other appointments in the county. And that they should fill out the application and turn it in to the county administrator. Next, I would like to add to that any individual proposed or applying, by y'all, or applying for appointment, the name of the individual will be submitted to the county administrator for requirement review, because you have these other 5 things you have to go through before being sent to the board for consideration. So if we add those things to the resolution, then by the next time you come back here, you'll have your application and everybody ready to go, and then we can address it at the first public hearing and then finalize it at the second public hearing. Okay. So I would like for you to pass the resolution with, subject to my wordsmithing, to add provisions 4 and 5 that I just mentioned.
So the recommended action is 1 through 5, and that would be the resolutions we would be adopting.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are there any questions of council or here by the board?
Good. Could you repeat the 5th one again, please?
That the individuals proposed by y'all or applying for the position, because they can still apply for it, anyway, will be submitted to the county administrator for requirement review, which is the part that's in the CDBG grant, before presentation to the board for consideration.
Okay.
Chairman.
Question?
The dilemma that we're attempting to address here is the timeline for submission of the application and the ability of task force to meet before you have your public hearings to consider the recommendation, project recommendation. So they need to not only be appointed, they need to meet so they can make a recommendation to the county commissioners, and that recommendation will occur at the first of those advertised public hearings, and then ultimately decide on the second public hearing.
If we're gonna do that, then what we need to do then is you need to delegate the authority, since it is an appointed position, the qualifying folks can be, as long as they are proposed by a county commissioner, and if there is not a proposed candidate from the county commission and an application that does qualify is presented, then you can delegate that authority to the county administrator to appoint them to this particular board.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, the criteria is already established, and it's on a form that's provided to us by Mr. Fox regarding the low to moderate income and the thresholds. All of that information is turned over to us. So any applicant would have to meet those criteria in order to actually become commissioners. Now, having said that, I do have an application that's turned in by one commissioner. So my assumption would be that the other four commissioners would submit a name back to me after you've spoken to this individual that you want to appoint. And providing they meet the criteria, then that would be the member of that task force from each of you that makes up the task force.
But I also would like to keep the language in there that if you don't have a proposal, that there would, when somebody does make a submission, so that we can move forward with it. If somebody comes in and applies for the position, and the proposed one, then we can still move forward. That'd be actually, we'll change that then to items 1 through 5 that we would be recommending. 1 through 6, that would be recommended. Okay?
Number 6 would be the designee.
Yes, sir. Be designating the county administrator.
Right. Any further questions? Any clarification? Hearing none, what are the wishes of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion of approval to adopt the 6 criteria, 4 of which are listed in our backup information. The 2 that we just proposed, or that the county attorney just proposed. We approve those in an effort to get this committee established, to meet the deadline of, I guess, that first public hearing, June 2nd. I know I've added a bunch of words in there, but I'm just trying to understand as I'm going. Motion to approve the 6 items under the recommended action of the application process for CDBG housing rehabilitation grant program.
Thank you, Commissioner Wainwright. Motion made by Commissioner Wainwright. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sessions. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to agenda item number 16, discuss with possible board action setting a deadline for items with backup to be placed on the agenda and the definition of an emergency item. We're going to turn our attention now to Commissioner Ricky Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I know the board has taken up this discussion in the past, previous boards, not this board. I bring this up for each commissioner's sake, for the public's sake, and just for courtesy of some of the staff that works on these agendas. Each week we get our agenda late Thursday, late Friday, each Tuesday. You get the weekend to review it, Monday to do any backup digging through that. Do any of our records up at the finance office, and then board meeting Tuesday. So it leaves you with lacking, so to speak, on the ability to appropriately prepare for a meeting, but it's just, I feel that by setting a deadline, say the Monday prior the meeting, so the meeting's on Tuesday, a week before, 12 o'clock, if the staff has all the information turned in, the backup turned in, they can have that agenda done by Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday afternoon latest, and to the public for review, and to the board for review. Gives everyone plenty of time to do their homework, a lot more time to look over the agenda without having to come to a board meeting and get the backup material handed to you at a board meeting. I know it's been some issues in the past. There's been several times that you sit down in a meeting and you don't know if something's going to be there until you get there. I do understand that there's times where there's something that the county just absolutely cannot wait for the next board meeting. And that's why I think the county should identify an emergency agenda item so that actually could be taken at that board meeting on something that would be, in my mind, time sensitive, that, you know, it had a deadline that didn't allow it to be 2 weeks out. I would open it up for board discussion. I'd like to get some feedback from the board, see if I'm on the same page with anyone else, or if I'm off the left field on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Gamble. I'll open the floor to some discussion amongst the board.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't, I don't know what might would come up during that time, you know, within the 2 weeks. Anything could occur. And at this point, my preference is let's still like it is. No different change.
Thank you, Commissioner Floyd.
I have no desire to set any guidelines, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Wainwright.
I'm all in favor of making sure that everything's in. As the rookie on the board, is there a deadline right now? I mean, is there a perceived deadline?
There's an advertisement law that has to be advertised, so I guess that's the.
What's our advertising deadline? Thursday, Friday?
When he says the advertised deadline, that's the newspaper advertisement to print the agenda in the paper. We don't have any, there's no deadline for the board to, we're not required to print the paper.
No, but I'm just,
But the, what happens when you say we got a deadline to get it in the paper, everyone scrounges around and rushes to throw their agenda item onto the agenda minus any backup. And then it's Friday afternoon, sitting there waiting, let me get some backup so I can finish these books and put the agenda out. That's what we're running into at this point.
well, prior to being elected, I saw this happen a few times last year where you just come in and sit down and then, you know, there's a couple surprises. And I'm a planning type person. I'd like to see at least a 7-day prior deadline, maybe the Tuesday at noon prior to the meeting. That way they have time from Tuesday at noon on to move forward and get it ready for the paper and for everything else. I just like to, I'm on his mind side.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with Tuesday. I picked those dates and those definitions just as conversation starters. You know, I'm fine with any time that the board would set a date, but I think it needs to be reasonable enough time for that agenda to be put out. And one of the reasons why I was an advocate for us moving the meeting in the morning to the meeting at night is they gave me more time to prepare for the meeting. I mean, you imagine having a Tuesday morning meeting, not getting the agenda till Friday afternoon, studying Saturday, Sunday, not able to do any county office research until Monday, and have a meeting at 9 o'clock. I mean, that was rushing it. And so, and you advocated for it as well, to move the meetings to the evening to give you that extra, 8 hours of study time. it's not an effort to hinder anyone. You know, if it's an important item, if you're on top of it, you have it ready for the agenda. If you missed a deadline, it was on the next one. You know, I don't think there's anyone out here that, you know, lack of preparation on their part is not an emergency on our part, and I don't think anyone in the public expects it to be. You know, get it there on time. In the real world, there are deadlines. You know, flying by the seat of your pants is not how the real world operates. There's deadlines, consequences. If it's important, if something comes up that you just have to address, that's why you have a clause in there for an emergency agenda item.
I have an additional comment, Mr. Chairman, and it's, Mr. Wainwright, my only, part of my reason for not wanting to make any changes is this. I mean, it's, and I can't think of an example right away, but if I go pick up my agenda Thursday night at the earliest, or Friday morning, and somebody has on there, whether it be the county administrator or whoever, can have an item on there that I would wish to respond by virtue of a board action, then I don't want to wait till the meeting after that action's been taken, where all I have is just an opportunity during discussions to say I don't agree with it. I can't bring up board action. So there will be times or opportunities where somebody might have something proposed that you don't see till the Friday before the meeting, and you say, well, I need to have the capability of responding with board action and not just discussion. So I don't want to hamstring debate that we've seen, we've already demonstrated many times over. The debate happens amongst this group, and it hasn't impeded any action or any proposals that have been brought forth. Has not provided any degradation of action from this board. If anything, it has prompted better discussion and better information by virtue of that. And so I don't want to hamstring any commissioner having the opportunity to bring something forward if it requires a board action. And again, you can't find that out until after the agenda's already placed.
But I would like to address that, Mr. Chairman. The rebuttal to that is, though, if that board action is not hindering the operation of the county to the point that it's going to stop to operate, what is the problem with waiting 2 weeks? You know, we sat up here, not this exact board, but the previous board, and approved a contract one night the county attorney had never seen. And that's because it wasn't on the agenda. It was handed to the board at the last minute, and called on me too. Nobody seemed to ask the attorney if he'd read it. That's what happens when you rush stuff through and you don't properly put it on the agenda for someone to look at. That kind of stuff happens when you don't plan. And I too like to have a plan in place. That way when you come in, you know what the order of business is. If there's an emergency, you address the emergency. If there's not, 2 weeks out, you come back. If there's some board action that has to be taken within that 2 weeks, call a special meeting. I don't see the problem with it. I believe we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the people we represent to be as open as we can and give them all the time. Every one of those sitting in the room and every one of the 44,000 residents in Swanee County are shareholders in this corporation that we are a board of. And when it pops up at the board meeting, they have no time to come up here and be represented when it's happening at the meeting. Yes, a public meeting, and it's in the sunshine because we advertise the meeting. There's a lot of hardworking people out there that say, well, I don't see anything on the agenda that really I need to address, so I'm not going to take a time away from my family tonight to go up there and do the business that we hired you to do. But if there's some item on there that you say, well, let me put this on there, and they go, oh, wait a second now. that item right there, I may need to be there for that one. That's what I'm fighting for there.
Thank you, Commissioner Gamble. Sheriff?
I'd like to speak to you as Tony Cameron.
Then I'll need to address the name and full address.
Tony Cameron, 11212 177th Road, Live Oak, Florida, 32060. And, I watch what goes on around the nation, and I watch what goes on with our legislature and things in the state of Florida. And you have to have room when you have emergency items that need to come before you, and you have to make a decision tonight. Something could be brought out that you really have to make a decision. Someone could have waited till the last minute and had to have a grant signed tonight, because it's got to be in Tallahassee tomorrow. And the county could lose out on $150,000 because you were not able to do that because it was not on the agenda. So I do understand an emergency item. But what I believe is that when you place non-emergency items on an agenda and you place them in an additional items area, that what you do is that you create an environment that is not indicative to transparency in government. And what I think you should do is place emergency items on there, and then whatever is on the agenda. Because I would tell you, I read the agenda each week, each time it comes out before the meeting, and I decide if I'm coming because there's something that interests me. But I don't come just to come. You very seldom see me in here. And I had no intentions of talking at all tonight. But as a tax-paying citizen, I think that, transparency in government means to put it out there and let us know what you're going to talk about so we know if we want to come tonight. Because we don't want to come every week. There's some that want to come every month, but not all of us. And I'm certainly not one. So I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you that as a taxpayer, that I believe in a citizen of Suwannee County, that I believe that we should put emergency items on the agenda after the agenda has been printed, but only emergency items, so that the people who elected you can come and state what's on their mind. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
That's what's occurring. I mean, we're not, am I mistaken what's going on here? I mean, are we talking about, we're talking about additional agenda items? I mean, is that what we're talking about? Because, that's.
Well,
I count
the
those as
board
emergency
changed
items.
emergency items to additional items about 4 or 5 years back.
Yeah, and that's what I'm seeing as emergency items, additional agenda items.
Wait. Mr. Ward, if you want to speak, come up to the
I
front.
think everybody heard me, didn't
Yes, we're talking about additional agenda items, we're also talking about a deadline. I would like to see a deadline, a Monday, Tuesday afternoon deadline, something in that area that allows agendas to come out in a reasonable amount of time with backup, and that then has guidelines on what will be added to it at the meeting. So it's additional agenda items, it's deadline. I want to see some direction that holds us responsible for what we do with the meetings. I'm not saying that you necessarily do anything wrong, but there's been things that have came up over the past 2 years that were during the additional agenda items, and they were deliberately brought up during additional agenda items. And I believe that is not the way to operate. I can go back to my first board meeting on the board. I didn't say 3 words the whole meeting, but during commissioner comments, the one thing I did say was that I wanted the board to caution themselves on these additional agenda items. And it's been going on. And I would like to see us address it.
In all honesty, I think we have. I think that we've streamlined it. I can't recall additional agenda items, in the near past that weren't items that we need to go ahead and take care of. I guess what I'm getting at is, like I said earlier, I don't see where there's any impediment to what we're doing now. And I certainly don't, again, I don't wanna have any commissioner hesitate on bringing an item that they think is important, and it's something that can come up at the last minute. And again, we all sit here and debate it, and we've kicked a lot of things out and around by virtue of debating it, so I don't see where we're failing to meet that criteria.
I understand that we have debate, but there's a lot of times that we'll have debate, and I'll go home and go, gosh, hindsight 2020, I wish I'd have read that before the meeting, or I wish I'd seen that before the meeting. So it hinders you on your debate when you haven't had a chance to educate yourself completely, or to the extent you want to. You know, some commissioners, it may be fine that, you know, they don't want to go to the extent of doing their background as other commissioners may. And so there may not be as big a need for the extra time or the heads up on what's on the agenda. I'm not naturally smart. I have to go out there and work, study, and read to bring myself up to speed on what we're talking about. And time is a factor. I mean, I told y'all before, I'm a slow reader. So I need time. That's what it is. I'm just asking for time.
Mr. Hancock?
Bo Hancock, 6135 Wiggins Road, Live Oak. Well, Sheriff pretty much said everything I was gonna say, except for a couple of little things. I support this. I'm one of the few, there's probably not more than a dozen, 15 that attend every meeting. As I've said before, I've been coming to these meetings, probably attended more county commission meetings than most of y'all. Wesley's the senior citizen up there today. But I think there needs to be a deadline. And I like having it the Tuesday before. Because when you're in the public, I try to do my due diligence and I try to do the research. If I don't get, you know, the email may come in, if it comes in Thursday afternoon, then that gives me Friday and Monday. But if I don't get it till Friday, then that only leaves me Monday. Problem that brings up is then I have to follow all the county commissioners to the finance department or wherever trying to get information. I followed at least 3 of you where I've been told that, well, so-and-so just left. And before him, so-and-so was here. By the time I get there, well, they've already got the answer, so it's quick and easy for me. But the more time that the public has to look at these items, the better off we are as far as having a more transparent and efficient government. This would force more planning, hopefully increase efficiency. But the additional agenda items, the public has no warning whatsoever. None. Till we walk in the meeting and we see that there is a spot on there for additional agenda items. And until just recently, we didn't even have copies of what the information was. So I think that's needs to stop. Plan ahead. Now, under emergency items, you know, I want to mention Public Works. If a piece of equipment breaks, they need parts or something of that nature to fix that item, that would fall under an emergency, I would think. That's not what I'm talking about. 90% of all the additional agenda items that have come out in the last, probably, at least this year, and maybe probably before, were not things that were time sensitive or critical.
I need you to give me an example.
I can't, I'd have to go back, but I can find some.
I failed to see it in my recent past, of looking at additional agenda items. I don't recall one that, sure, we could have passed one off to the next meeting, but for the most part, there are items that we could take care of right then that were specific to particular grants or whatever, or repair items or whatever. I don't think we're just putting frivolous stuff on agenda.
It's not frivolous, that's not what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is, it's not time sensitive, it's not critical. You want to discuss it. I mean, there are things that come up, and that would fall under the emergency. I think that's a kind of a broad category. It's time sensitive. The example that the sheriff gave, that's definitely time sensitive. Getting a piece of equipment repaired that exceeds his authorities to pay for out of his budget. That's time sensitive if you want that piece of equipment to continue operating. Don't have a problem with that. It's the things that come up because people want to add it in. It's not critical. It's not time sensitive. If you waited till the next meeting, it wouldn't make a bit of difference. But at least the public then has a chance to look at it and do their research, if they so choose. But at least you're keeping them informed. That's my point. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I give examples. We go back to when I first got on the board, as well as you. We did an extensive overhaul of the policies and procedures for Swann County. We've come into the board meeting that night with a different set of policies and procedures than the ones that we studied over the weekend. I asked for those to be tabled to a different time. The board didn't see fit, thought the changes were appropriate. There was things in there that needed more discussion than what they got. 2 times a particular raise was brought up as an additional agenda item. Those were not emergency items. They were additional agenda items that could have been put on any agenda with backup and information. Those are just 2. I go back and start researching, I can come up with more. That's just the 2 that popped off my head right off the top.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill.
Jim Ward, 27476 Twin Place, Frankfurt. I'd like to apologize for not my outburst, but for whatever that was I did a few minutes ago. We have a different system in place than it used to be. We have a county manager now. I like it. It's worked out pretty good. But it is different. And it presents different ways of doing things. I know y'all are already tired of me, the way it used to be, the way they used to do it. But I'll try not to go there. But the way they used to do it is it was emergency items. Best I remember, it was your counselor that made the final decision if it was indeed an emergency item. There was a short list of criteria, and then there was room made for it. It was put forth. The board voted on whether to accept it at that meeting as an emergency agenda item to be heard the very last thing. It's different now, I understand. 4 or 5 years ago, for whatever reason, the decision was made to change it from emergency agenda items to additional agenda items. And that worked in real good with the new system with the county manager that we have. I understand that. I don't know what the answer is. But I know, as the sheriff said, it gives the perception, if nothing else, of a lack of transparency, that you're trying to keep something from somebody. We always think that, don't we? So, good luck.
Mr. Hancock.
Just, Commissioner Wainwright asked me for some examples. Went back here real quickly, handed this on the March 17th meeting. Additional agenda items. First one, rejection of bids for reconstruction of Boyle Street and authorization to rebid of same. Where's the emergency? Why couldn't that have been done and put on the regular agenda? 2, approval of settlement agreement in case number 2015-1, a liability claim covered by insurance. Was that an emergency? I don't know. Could have been. 3, authorization to purchase used vehicles and equipment from Sarasota County surplus sale. Was that an emergency? Was that timely? May have been. I don't know.
Well, Mr. Hancock, really, I don't think it's fair that you are giving examples, and sure, they could be, but you're not, they could be out of context. I mean, I appreciate you going through the
There
evidence.
is. How can that be out of context?
But you don't
I'm reading it.
understand what the background information might be. There might have been a timeline with some attorney that had to be done for the lawyer settlement.
I just said, it could have been. I don't know.
And I'm just saying,
Yeah.
let's not worry about going down that road. You've come up with some examples, and we don't know whether or not they fit. That's good enough. Thank you.
One of my gave them.
Any further comments by the board?
I would like to see us set a deadline for this stuff, the agenda item to be placed on the agenda, and the backup materials. Mr. Sessions has indicated Tuesday at 12 o'clock. I'm fine with that, but, if the board doesn't wanna do it, so be it, we'll do it the way we can do it, but I'm all for that if there's a motion. But, agenda items to be placed, or be turned in Tuesday before the meeting by 12 o'clock with backup material.
There's a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Gamble. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sessions. Is there any further discussion? The only comments that I will offer, having heard all the debate that's going on, is people demand efficiency in government. Efficiency was brought up, so I'll discuss it on my mind. One thing I think we can all agree on is government is not efficient with regard to money, with regard to presentation of items to legislatures, to governing boards, and policies that they have to wait till they meet before something can be done. And by limiting the date at which something will be put on the agenda, it does mess with the efficiency of the local government. And we were elected to make decisions, to sit in these chairs up here, and to be able to do the business of the county. And a lot of the examples that were mentioned here, there may be some merit to having them placed on an agenda and not an additional item. But there were others mentioned that really, I mean, if you're gonna make a motion to purchase vehicles from another county and it's within the budget, then let's do that. It may not be an emergency item, but it's something that the board can and has the wherewithal to look at and examine while they're sitting here and say, yeah, I think that that's a good deal. So having said that, my encouragement would be to leave things the way they are. And then as you sit here, you can discuss things between us because we're the governing body. And there is nothing to be hid. It's all out in the open. The discussion is out in the open. And that's the way it goes. So if there is any further discussion, I'd love to hear it, but you know what my position is. There's a motion and a second on the floor as the record reflects. We're in further discussion.
Could I just ask a quick question to
Go on the podium,
clarify
state
the
your name and address for the
just to clarify the motion? Wendell Snowden, 3302 104th Street, Melbourne. Mr. Gamble, does the motion, if it's passed, eliminate future additional agenda items?
No, sir. If the motion passes, I figured then we would address the emergency and additional agenda items. If it doesn't pass, we really no need to address them.
So you had a deadline for Tuesday, so that's why I'm asking if it's a deadline for the agenda, would someone be able to put on an additional?
If it's an emergency. But I will just, if this passes, then we'll discuss an emergency.
There's a motion and a second as the record reflects. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
3-2. All right.
While we wait to discuss emergency later, there's no need.
Moving on to item number 17, Chairman calls for additional agenda items. speak? There we go. No additional agenda items. Public concerns and comments. Item number 18, I have 3 comment cards here. And I'd like to thank those who filled them out. They've been specific in their request. So we'll welcome up Sharon Higgins if you'd like to discuss county expenditures.
Sharon Higgins, 21256 49th Drive, Lake City. With all the discussion in recent times about the Dowling Park Library, it just made me go back and look at some of the other expenditures that we've made over the last few years. I was given figures as of April 30th. We spent $14.2 million at the Catalyst site. As of the same date, $7.3 million is county money. I know some will come back in, but that's county money that's come out there. I have no idea how much more is anticipated. There was an item on the agenda tonight on the consent that has something to do with the Catalyst side. I don't know how much that's going to be, or if there's a way to pay for it other than county money. You discussed a capital improvement plan and borrowing $2 million for that. And I know the library some of that was included in that plan, but there was more than that to that capital improvement plan. Non-emergency transport. For something that was not even put on as an additional item last February before last, that was one. It was not put on, it was not on the agenda, it was not put on as an additional item, and you guys voted on it that night. This past budget, you put $450,000 in that budget. I've been asking for a income and costs kind of analysis to see how are we doing with this project. I don't have that. I'd like to see that. I don't know if you all have that. Do you have that? Because if we're going to go into something like that to me is a pretty big idea, we need to know whether it's working or not, don't we? Are we going to put another $450 into it at budget time again? Or is that going to be discussed? But that was something that was voted on that night without being on the agenda, without being put on the agenda at all. And if you remember, I had a lot of problems with that because that's not transparency. The mine. Do we pay $92,000 a year to lease the mine? And Wesley, you were talking last meeting that we might have to buy or lease more land. I was asking for some kind of cost analysis for that. What is it costing us to get loads of lime rock out of there? I don't know. Do you guys know?
A little $5.
A load?
No.
A yard?
Ton.
A ton? Even with all the problems we've had and it being underwater and all that?
Well, I don't know about now, but I guess the last analysis I saw was last year, and that was inclusive of the drag line, was somewhere in the neighborhood, a little over $5 a ton. Commercially, it's over $7.50 right now.
And just one other thing, when you were talking about the semi-trucks, and Jason, you went a little further with the other property things you'd like to see done. This country was founded on individual property rights. And we have to be so careful that we don't infringe on other people's rights to try to protect somebody's rights. There has to be a balance there. And it's just something y'all need to really keep in your mind all the time. Because you can start with a rule here and go from there to there, and the next thing we know, we're in a city with rules that we don't even know when we're breaking the rules anymore. It's something to think about, okay? And with the Catalyst side, it's a huge expenditure that I don't know when it's going to end. And I'm not sure when we're going to see a benefit from it.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Next, we have Carolee Powell. She wants to talk about library concern. You're good? Then we'll move on to Deborah Johnson. She wants to talk about the pipeline in Southern Swan County, local government authority, threatened by Bill 1468.
Deborah Johnson, P.O. Box 803, Weldon, Florida. I was gonna bring this up at the last meeting, but it wasn't a good time. Just to let you know that, in some of the bills that are passing in the legislature, these did not pass, because the House adjourned early and because of public opposition to House Bill 1205 and House Bill 1468, which were fracking bills to create a regulation for fracking, a narrow set of regulations. Anyway, the House adjourned early, so the bills didn't pass, but within that bill, most importantly, they included a clause that would prevent local government, that's y'all, of course, from having the ability to implement regulations at the local level. That would be a very concerning precedent that would prevent y'all, our local government, from the ability to protect the citizens and resources of our county, and giving the state government the power to supersede your authority, which I think is a dangerous precedent against the authority of local government. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I mentioned it at the last meeting. Mr. Ward at the last meeting had a question about pipeline south of the county here. That is by Kinder Morgan. It is to, they will be boring under the Swanee River, as they're going to do with the Sable Trail pipeline. There will be 2 bores, and I know of under the Swanee, one under the Santa Fe, with possible frac outs. I talked to DEP, and FERC is also the regulatory agency that approves these pipelines, and they have not approved the Sable Trail yet, or the Kinder Morgan. They are concerned about the frac outs also occurring. The pipeline would be used to carry frac gas brought in by the Sable Trail from Tampa up to Jacksport for export. Okay, so that answers that pipeline question. When permitting these pipelines, the main rule that FERC is to follow is the need for public necessity or need. Is there a public need or necessity? In any of these pipelines, there's not. There's no need or necessity. We're not going to tap into it. They're going down, going to drop a little gas off at FPL, who's involved in the fracking business, and export the rest of the gas out through the ports. Today, Governor Deal of Georgia, Governor Deal of Georgia denied what is called the Palmetto Pipeline. That would have been a pipeline carrying diesel, oil, gasoline from Benton, South Carolina to Jacksonville, Florida. He opposed the pipeline publicly, but then Georgia DOT decided that the pipeline did not serve public need or necessity, setting that pipeline back and possibly stopping the building of that pipeline. What I'm trying to say to you is that you do have the authority to set rules and regulations for the protection of the people of the county. And I realize that, Swanee County's not sitting on oil beds, and that y'all had geologists, report that to you. I understand that. I know that. But down in South Florida, they are. But guess what Swanee County is sitting on? Lots of land and sparse population. They need a place to dispose of the fracking wastewater. We're also sitting, and that's through injection wells that now are causing problems in Oklahoma, California, Pennsylvania, every state they've been done in. They're running the water, they're coming back up, they're just simply cement housings with radioactive and chemical waste pumped down into the ground. They just had a major earthquake in Oklahoma. USGS just determined that was caused by a fracking injection well that was dug too deep. So, on that subject, I just wanted to make sure that you understand that, we could possibly end up with that if they decide to frack in South Florida. I know you were asked to pass a no fracking ban in support of no fracking in Florida because of our water supply. I mean, it's a very dangerous proposition, especially for the Everglades, and that's where we'll frack at. And on the coast of Georgia also, it's where they're looking at now. So those areas are concerned. Other than that, I mean, do y'all understand what I'm saying? Do you get my point about local government being as you said one time, Mr. Bashal, our gatekeepers? Trust us to be your gatekeepers. I remember you saying that. I mean, if to me, y'all are the ones that protect us against vested interests elsewhere. Do you remember me telling you? Do you remember saying that?
Mrs. Johnson, I do remember saying that.
Okay, is that what you meant?
I think that with this particular issue, I'm listening to what you have to say in the public comments, and I'll take it into consideration.
Okay, and then just one more thing. On the solar resolution, that I didn't get to read the agenda packet, I went back over it. It was nothing about raising taxation. It was just about making available, and it did include the PACE program, the various programs which were slack on here in Florida due to other reasons. So making those programs available or the county to review them and become aware of them. There was nothing else, no binding agreement, and I don't understand why you didn't pass that. Is there anybody who wants to make a comment on that?
Well, what I'll say, when I read through the packet, what it said was that the incentives that were offered were provided by the local government, and they referenced using local option sales tax to do that in order to subsidize solar power for your local residents. There were other vehicles to do it as well.
Yeah.
But that was one of them, you know.
Well, that was just a suggestion. It was just one of them.
Right.
The PACE program was another one, which is a totally different. I'm sorry.
I said personally, I didn't have any interest in it. If I wanted solar, then I would purchase it.
There are many though that cannot afford to pay it up front.
Well, I can't, and I don't have it either.
I know, but I mean, if you would like it, you at least would like to know about the financing incentives that would be available. Flagler and Kissimmee has started a local government initiative PACE program that involves where the landowner can elect to have solar installed and pay for it via assessment on their taxes, and that's a totally, personal choice. It's nothing forced on anybody. It was just, as I say, it was Go Solar, and they were just trying to educate the people and the counties on what was available. And I just didn't understand why I voted no on that.
Mr. Chairman. We're actually going to be bringing on probably the next agenda a proposal on PACE. They didn't have backup material because soon enough that's on this agenda. I met with the gentleman. PACE is different though, because PACE has investors that provide the upfront capital, and then they collect it over time. So it's actually just a lending mechanism. But there wasn't anything in my review of the materials that I did see and in my meeting that implied that there was going to be any type of request for a local plan for helping to subsidize or offsetting those expenses to tax reduction. So that one will come, and we'll present that hopefully next week.
There are many variations of the PACE program, and one of them is the tax subsidy from the landowner's property, as I discussed, and some others are like you're talking about, where they have finance companies that finance it. So I'll be very interested in seeing that. I appreciate it. Basically, that's all I had to say. I just wanted to express my opinion. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to administrators' comments and information, item number 19.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I would simply encourage you to, if you lost that criteria, and I'm not suggesting that any of you did, but if you did, or you can't find that criteria on the appointment of the CDBG advisory task force, give me a call. I'll get you another form, but the sooner you can get that together, the better, so they can go ahead and meet. Because, again, that's what points that we will apply for our application.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Moving on to item number 20. The board members' inquiries, requests, and comments. Don't all jump at one time.
I'll go, Mr. Chairman.
You okay? You gonna go?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, I thought you said you were gonna.
Just, response about the catalyst site, and it's, I don't have all the particulars. Yes, we've spent a lot of money out there. I looked at that from the very onset as an investment. I think right now there's about, just Kloster alone has got about 200 full-time employees. Some other entities are wanting to locate out there that'll provide some jobs. That is some, that's just the plus side of it. Just the payback side of it, I think, is the fact that, we're gonna have tax-paying entities out there that are gonna contribute not only to the county, by virtue of, our county taxes, they're also gonna be contributing to the school and water management as well. So there's, it's not something that's gonna turn around overnight. It's something that, I think from the very beginning we looked at was gonna be, you know, like even with an abatement, which nobody's qualified for yet. I think when we first factored in the abatement, there was about a 10-year payback period, just through the school board and not the county. In this particular case, although we've incurred a little over almost $3 million additional expenses. Again, nobody's qualified for any abatements. And if they, by virtue of the fact that they end up paying, you know, taxes just like everybody else, then, we'll still get that return on investment well in advance. And then on top of that, we've got a number of good jobs out there for folks to work at. But on another note, more positive note, I will say that if you get an opportunity to go down to Brandon, it's just, it's a all-inspiring sight. Again, it's this time of year, they put the flags up to commemorate our veterans, and it is just the entire, both sides of the street of 129, and then both sides of the street out to the, almost to the elementary school on the Lake City Highway. It's just lined with flags and crosses, and it's just, if it doesn't move you, then there's nothing going to move you. It's just something to see. It really is. And one individual, Robert Brado, had taken that task on a couple of years ago, and just a wonderful individual in the effort that he's making. And it's not for anything to put in his pocket. It's just a tribute to our veterans. So I'd encourage you to go by and look at it. Take some pictures.
Thank you, Commissioner Wainwright. Mr. Gillum?
I don't have anything. I got one item I want to read for the board. The last board meeting, there was a lot of discussion on whether or not I had told y'all that the grant match had been waived. I pulled up one item from the minutes. I figured one would be sufficient. It was book 60, page 150, October 7th, 2014. Mid-paragraph, Commissioner Gamble further advised the 500,000 grant will no longer require a match 50% because the state had waived the required amount since the county was classified as a rural area of economic concern. I just wanted to read that into the record once more. Didn't appreciate the attacks last meeting. I understand why they came, but I just wanted to read that to the record. Not anything else.
Thank you, Commissioner Gamble. Mr. Fleming, you said you didn't have anything? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Chairman?
I just want to give you a quick update. Mr. Ward brought a newspaper in here last meeting, an advertisement in Dixie County that referred to Swanee pointed out his theory on the obvious conflict, which I agree with, but I contacted that company and was informed that they use an advertising agency out of Houston, Texas. And they would check into it and give us a call back, which they did later and said that they did make a mistake and that they would be rerunning the advertisement and the Swanee Democrat. So I just wanted to.
It was already in the Swanee Democrat, I forgot to
And
mention that.
it was,
This week.
past Friday.
Yeah, well, they told us that they were gonna run it, and I think they're gonna run it again as well, so it may run at least one more time.
That's the pipeline, because Kinder Morgan, that's the one that just lost the right to come in.
When they just print a public advertisement like that, do they have to come back and increase the length of that deadline, or is that just shorthand the public on their response time?
There's 528 pages in their supplement and their, presentation for about this timeline, 528 pages, I've not read it.
I was just planning on if they advertise long, get extended deadline, but.
Yeah,
probably
well,
don't.
the deadline is December 2015, so, I don't know what the rest of the deadline, right.
Well, all I was gonna say was, it is Memorial Day is coming up, and we would meet between now and the next one. I just wanna say, read what it is. Memorial Day is observed on the last Monday of May, formerly known as Decoration Day, commemorates all men and women who have died in military service for the United States. Many people visit cemeteries and memorials on Memorial Day. It is traditionally seen as the start of the summer season. So patriotism comes in many forms, and I just encourage all of you between now and Memorial Day to do something patriotic. So I'll just leave that with you. I only need one thing, gentlemen.
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Wainwright,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sessions. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. I'll drive safe. Thanks for coming out.